semua dapat tengok my screen?
Okay, angkat tangan. Kalau anda semua dapat lihat dan jelas.
Clear? Okay.
Bagus.
So, ini saya kena letak sama kat sini. Okay, so kita boleh start sekarang. Saya Asfar akan buat course about Git dan GitHub. So boleh dengar saya dengan clear ke? Boleh? Okay, so a little bit about me. I'm Asfar, Managing Director from Mordo Interactive Berhad. I have a vast experience in research and development in multimedia. My education background more on multimedia, virtual reality, computer graphic. For my master and PhD, I'm done with AR, augmented reality, computer vision, machine learning. And currently, I'm more involved in game development, any VR and AR related, and probably interactive application stuff. So a lot of things that we have been done. Memang banyak guna Git because this semua kerja ni memang software development ni basis dia is to collaborate with the teams. And together with the teams, we collaborate efficiently menggunakan GitHub, and then of course kalau guna GitHub, we will use Git lah as a version control system. So just a simple house rule. I need you guys to participate. Always participate with the course. And then if you have any question, I guess kita ada Q&A session at the end of the stuff. But if you have any question, maybe you can ask me anytime if you're allowed to do that. Boleh? Kalau ada question. Okay, never mind. Anything, just maybe you can ask the question at the Q&A session, and then of course avoid distraction whenever possible. And it's a new thing. I guess maybe it's a new thing for you guys. Maybe some have familiar with the Git and GitHub, so have some fun with the crash course. And then this is a little bit about the course. So this morning we will have some introduction on the Git and GitHub. So what is Git? What is GitHub? And then after that, we get hands-on on how to create the project with GitHub, and then a little bit introduction on basic versioning with Git, so how to use Git, a few Git commands that you can use. And then lastly, in this morning session, we will show you how to collaborate using GitHub. And then we will end somewhere around 12:30, and then continue again this afternoon, a little bit tips about good tips about GitHub. And then what I want to include in this crash course is a very brief about agile methodology that we utilize during software development, and then how we want to integrate it in within GitHub itself. So we will introduce a brief about agile method in software development, and then GitHub issue, so how you want to raise any issue based on agile way, and at the same time how you want to use a GitHub project. GitHub project is one of a new feature in GitHub, so probably most of you guys probably don't know what is GitHub project, but we'll show you how you use that project, GitHub project in agile way. And at the same time, after that, probably we will start a bit about how to use, how to apply this knowledge through mini project. And then at the end of the session, as I mentioned earlier, we will have a Q&A session. Okay, so let's get started. And oh yeah, before we begin, of course, you guys need to have Git installed. Okay, so to get Git installed is quite straightforward. You go to Git you can Google Git, and then the first result should be Git. So it is you can download it here, download for Windows, or you can use this command line. If for me, I recommend you to use this command line. Otherwise, you can download the installer here. For now, I have installed the Git in my machine right now. So yeah, just download it here. You will have like executable, and then just click next, and so on. Or else you can use this winget install. Just copy here and then go to your terminal and then install it. Okay. Next, you will need to have a code editor. Yes, because you are a software developer, you need to code. And then if you want to code, you need a code editor. So any code editor should be fine because our focus right now is more on the versioning whatever you want to code. So you can use Visual Studio Code, you can use Notepad, you can use whichever code editor you want. Okay, and then in this course, we will use terminal or command line. For Mac, we will use terminal. For Windows, you use command line. Also, right now, I am using this Windows terminal, so-called Windows terminal, and we will use this Windows terminal to learn about Git and GitHub. Okay, and then because you want to use GitHub, you guys need to have a GitHub account. So technically, straightforward, you go to github.com. And then for those that already have a GitHub account, you can click sign in. For those that do not have the GitHub account, you can just sign up here. Really straightforward, give your email and stuff and so on, and password, and yeah, you will get the GitHub account, and it is free. Okay. So next is what I would like to recommend here is you guys need to have a GitHub command line interface, which is here. So this one is a command line command line interface. Also, I usually call it as CLI. GitHub CLI will make it easier for you to like connect your Git to connect your local machine to GitHub. Okay, here's how to download it. You can use Windows here. I guess you can use also winget here. Winget install. I just copy here and then paste it here somewhere here. Already install it. So technically just copy, paste here, and then we will install it for you. Okay. And then lastly, no, I guess everything is there. So just to make sure that everything is there, for example, like I want to know my Git is already installed, I can open my command line here, my terminal. Just type Git and then version. So tell me that I have the Git version of 2.45 0.2, Windows 1. I'm not really sure this one is the latest or not, but as long as you install it through here, either using the executable the exe here or winget, and after that, once you go to this command line, type git // version, you will get this here. But if it is not installed yet, it will tell you that it will not understand what is git. Okay, so make sure this thing working. So just type git version and you will get the git version. Another thing is, because we are, I recommend you to use GitHub CLI here. So next command is, if you want to check that you already has the GitHub CLI, just type version. Then you will have like it will tell you what is the current version on your machine, version 2.49.2. Okay, so it is this one is compulsory. You literally need Git, because yeah, it is, you are using Git, so you need Git. And then for the GitHub CLI, it is optional, but it's easier for you to connect your local machine to GitHub. Yeah, I will show you how to use this GitHub CLI. Okay. So assuming that you already sign up the Git, sign up your account to GitHub. So right now I have my own personal account here. So this is my personal account GitHub for, so it can be identified as this, https GitHub / your username here. Can everyone see it? So this is my personal username. And then I assume that once you go through the sign up, you will have your username, you will have your own password for GitHub, and make sure you remember that kind of credentials. So later on, we will use that thing to like authenticate who are you that you're using the GitHub. Okay. So before we are, once we check everything is there, I already have GitHub, CLI, already have GitHub account, already sign up for GitHub account. I have the command line, what I'm using right now, Windows Terminal, and then I have, of course, I have my own preferable code editor. So now, then we can start to use Git and GitHub. So basically, what is Git? So I guess most of us are confused what is Git and GitHub. So technically, it's two different things. Git is a free and open source version control system where you can use it for free, and you can even modify it to use as whatever you want to do. Okay, and it is a version control system. What is a version control system? Is technically you want to monitor your version for your files, for your code and stuff. So from a system where you can track the version of your stuff. Yeah, you can use it in any place you want. You can use at your write up, any files you can use for your drawing, as long as it's digital. You can use for your, but most of the time you will use Git for coding stuff, I guess. Okay. And a popular term when you're using Git is, the first one is repositori. I will use this term a lot. So repository is a place where you can store your code, your files, you name it, and each file revision history. So you will store file revision history. This is the most important feature in the Git. So technically, you want to know every specific version that you have throughout your work. Okay. And then the other popular terms is local and remote repository. So technically, there's a local repository which is in your local machine, and then there will be a remote repository which is on the remote server somewhere else. All right. So that is Git. Technically, you can use Git only without using GitHub, without using any kind of thing. So Git is technically just a version control system, one of version control system. And then what is GitHub? So GitHub, I've shown to you, this is GitHub. So technically GitHub is a place for developer, and it allows developer to create, store, manage, and share their code. So specifically focus more on coding stuff, I guess, because this is what the describe what is GitHub. And then because it is GitHub, it using Git as its VCS, okay? And then GitHub is where you put your repository remotely. Okay, so for Git, you can set it up in your locally in your local machine. So you can set it directly in your local machine. And then, of course, if you want to collaborate, you want to put it somewhere else online so that other can what we call that, they can access that repository. So one of the most popular way where you want to put the remote repository is GitHub. There's other remote repository out there, but one of the most popular ways one is GitHub. Okay, so that's the different thing between Git and GitHub. So what we are going to do is today is we want to learn how to use Git, and at the same time how we want to use GitHub. All right. So before we hands on toward the Git and GitHub, so I will show you some basic Git command. The first one is the clone, Git clone. It is where you want to bring all your remote repository to your local machine, and it will become your local repository. Okay, and then the other one, that the popular one is Git add. This is where you want to any changes in your works. If you want to add into the Git, if you want to Git to track your files, you need to use this command, Git add. And then after that, you want to save your files, so you can use Git commit. Okay, and then this alone is applicable on Git on your local machine. And if you want to push, you want to upload your repository to your remote repository, so you need to use Git push. So you will upload your files to a remote repository. Then after that, because the GitHub, I can say is technically all about collaboration. So you need to bring your local work from your local machine, local repository from your local machine, upload it into remote repository, which is in a GitHub. And then after that, if your teams want to access your latest work, you need to download it from remote repository, and they will have it in their local machine. So how to do that? You will use Git pull. Okay, this is I can say it's a few Git commands that we will cover today, and it is a basic and quite popular use, and you will use it a lot. All right. And then I guess because we are using a terminal or command line or Windows terminal, which is this one. So a little bit about a basic command for terminal, I guess. So when you type cd, you will need to have change directory. When you want to know what is your current directory, you will type pwd. You want to have a list all file in directory, you can use ls or dir, if I'm not mistaken. And then if you want to make a directory, so you can use mkdir, so to create directory. If you want to remove that directory, you can use rmdir. And then if you want to clear the command, you can use clear or cls clear command, something like that. All right. So overall, if you use Git and GitHub, this is the most basic workflow. Which is you write the code. And once you write the code, you need to stage the changes, which is, I can say, you need to like track whatever changes that happen in your code. Then after that, you need to commit the changes, which is save your work. And then, of course, you need to push the changes to from your local repository to remote repository. And then after that, at the end, if you are using GitHub, you will need to create a pull request so that it will later on can update the latest work that you have done. All right. So you write the code, stage, you commit, push, and after that, pull request. I will usually refer it as PR. Create pull request or PR. Yeah. So again, write code, stage, commit, push, and PR. All right. So I guess that's a introduction about Git and GitHub. So next is we want to create project with GitHub. So I go to my own personal GitHub account. As I mentioned, if you have already signed up, you will probably will not see this kind of interface. I have a few repositories already, and this one I think you guys can customize what you want to put inside your page here. Okay, but right now I'll show you how to create a new repository. So from your GitHub here, okay, you can click, there's a tab here, repository, then you can like click new repository here. Okay, so this is how you want to create a repository. It's a very basic form. So first you will have like you as an owner, and then at the same time the name of the repository. For example, like right now I will use Git. Usually I will use this hyphen as a white space. You cannot use space, right? You cannot use something like this. So I recommend you to use this one. I think this one may be okay. But usually I will use this hyphen. Git GitHub crash course. And then just put a little bit about this one. This is okay. And then in GitHub, you can create a public repository where anyone on the internet can see your repository. For example, like just now you can see my public repository. There's a two. So that's a public repository. Everyone can see it as long as they know your username in GitHub, and then they can access your repository. And then the other one is a private. Private repository is usually something that you don't want to share. For example, like a company staff work related, something like that. So probably you need some non-disclosure and NDA, so you need to put a private. But right now we will use a public repository. and then just leave it as it is. And then you can just create repository. Okay, now you have your own repository. So right now I already have Git GitHub Crash Course 2024 under my own username here. And then this is your repository. Okay, so there's a few instruction here where you can, I can say it's a quick setup for your repository before you begin with the repo, because right now your repository is empty. There's nothing inside it. So the first thing that you can do is you can clone it. So I show it to you here. There's a clone here. You can clone it. You want to bring this remote repository. Right now it is remote. It is in the GitHub. It's not in my local machine yet. Okay, and then or you can create a new repository on the command line. So this is how you want to create the repository on the command line. So you can start with the few git command here. This is a git init. This is the one that I showed to you, add, commit. And then, yeah, this is another thing, branch remote. Later on, I will show it to you. And then push. This is the one I already showed it to you. Or you can push an existing repository from the command line. So there's a few ways you can get started with creating a project through GitHub. One is the cloning, one is this one, create a repository using the command line, or push the existing repository. Okay, the one that I will show to you is cloning. Okay, so to clone it, quite simple. So right now I already in my current desired project. So you can like type pwd. It will tell you where are you right now. I am in this Git and GitHub Shortcuts 2024 folders. And then if I want to know what is inside this folder, nothing. Okay. And then and I don't want to, I want to clear everything, just type clear. All right. Okay, what I want to do right now is the first git command, which is git clone. Oops. Clone. And then you can go to your Git account here. And then copy this line. Okay, copy, or just click this. And then paste it here. So git clone your github.com, I mean your remote repository. So the term, the meaning of clone is, again, bring your remote repository to local machine. What I want to do right now, I want to bring this remote repository to my local machine. So right now I will tell you that you have to have clone an empty repository. Is it? Yeah, so technically I need to add a few things first. So somehow I need to add a few things. So as mentioned here, to get started is by creating a new file or uploading an existing file, right? So right now it is, as I mentioned earlier, it is an empty repository. So, and I guess it is compulsory to have a file in your repository so that you can clone it out. So right now what I want to do is I want to create a new file here. And then probably I can name it as readme maybe. And then make it as a markdown file. And then in the markdown file, there's a view format. So to have a main header, you can use hashtag here. Everyone can see it. Yeah, hashtag here. And then maybe I can just git and GitHub fresh or something. Okay, so it will show, it will tell you that this is the header, the main header. And then after that, just some simple description. This is Git and GitHub branch. Before. So from here, you can like click preview. You want to show your README. So this is your header because you are using the hashtag, one hashtag here. So the main header, and then this is the normal paragraph, right? And then after that, you can save the file. So in GitHub, you want to save the file, you can just commit changes here. And then so usually we'll tell you what is your commit message. I've already by default it's written a placeholder here, which is create readme.md. And then if you have some extended description, you can add it. But if you don't, it is optional. And then yeah, and then you can just click commit change. So right now, I can say if you go to this repository, it will show you your repository with the content of readme.md. In GitHub, if you add readme.md here, markdown file, it will automatically show you the content of readme down here. Okay. So usually you will use to tell the user to read this article first, I guess. So right now it's nothing here. It's just some header and some description, a simple description about this repository. Okay, so right now it's not empty. Already have readme.md. So let's clone it up. Is it? Yes, already there. Then maybe I can use rmdir. Yes. Oops. What happened? Really? Never mind. You can go here and then just move it. Okay, so let me see already. And then again, git clone. We'll clone everything inside the remote repository here, and then it will tell you that you already downloaded. All right. So if you check what it is, so you already have this this folder, the name of the repository, which is git-github-crash course dash course dash 2024. So it's already there. Okay, so if you go inside the folder, which is using the cd command, and something like this. So we will show you that you are inside the folder right now. You can use pwd. Right now you are inside this repository folder. And then when you click ls, type ls, it will tell you that you already have the readme one. Okay, so when you look into the readme file there, will tell you exactly what you have written in the GitHub. So technically, you already downloaded from GitHub, and then you already downloaded, uploaded. Download it from GitHub and get the latest update from the remote repository. Right now, I have I have my local repository here in my local machine. Okay. So next, let's see if we doing some changes. Okay, you already seen the clone here, which is you bring the file from the remote repository. And then after that, right now you already have this remote repository inside your local machine, which is currently now become your local repository. And then what I want to do right now, I want to change a bit about my README. And then after that, I will use the add command, which is this one, add command. And then I will use commit to save my stuff. And then I will push it to the remote repository. Okay. So before we're going to do that, I guess if you're first time using the Git and Git clone, probably it will tell you that you need to like sign up, maybe sign in for a Git account so that it will know you who are cloning this file, maybe. Or I'm not really sure, but it's not happened to me right now because I already set it up, everything. So for those that has that kind of problem, you can use GH, which is the GitHub CLI, and then auth and login. Okay. So when you click this thing, it will tell you whether you want to use github.com or GitHub Enterprise, of course, github.com, and then use this preferred protocol of HTTPS. Okay, don't use SSH. This is out of our scope right now. So use the HTTPS, and then it will tell you authenticate GitHub credential, blah 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 blah, and then yes. And then it will tell you that login with web browser. So it will open your github.com in your web browser. Where is it opening? Oh, sorry, you need to enter first. Will open your GitHub browser, and then it will tell you how to log in and stuff. So right now I already log in as my personal account here. So it should be everything is good. Oops, I guess I need to have, but never mind. I already log in. So this one should be fine. Okay, but make sure you do the ghash auth login. Then choose github.com and HTTPS. And then after that, just yes, 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 yes. And then open the browser, enter your credential and stuff. And then after that, it will ask you to go back to here, and everything is good. Then after that, then you can like use this Git clone. I'm not really sure you can use Git clone without that thing, but for Git push, yes. Okay, you need to use that GH auth login to push. I'm not really sure about clone, but I guess before you're using Git for GitHub, better you use GH auth login. Yes. Okay. So technically, it will store some credential so that it will identify who are going to push some stuff in your repository. Of course, you don't want anyone to push some stuff in your repository, right? So you need to like know who are the person that pushing into your repository, because it is public, everyone can access it. So you need at least a credential to update whatever things in your repository here. Okay. So important step, but only happen once. Okay, once you do that, after that you don't need to do it again anymore. Okay. So right now I want to show you if I want to edit something in the README, and then after that I want to use add command, and at the same time I want to commit, and after that, I want to push it. Right. Before you're going to do that, I recommend you to set up some config. Okay, to set up some config is using this list global and username, or first is username. Okay, and then just put your name and last name, or whichever name that you want. This maybe is too big. Yeah. Okay. So right now I already set it up. And then next is email. Okay. For example, like, remember to put this double quote. Okay. So it is optional, but it is recommended. So it is a git config -- user name and user email. Then after that, if you want to fill in your name and your email, you need to have like double quote and put your name inside it or your email. Okay, and then if you want to check what is that, use git config / global list. It will tell you that your username is Asfatomi, and your username is your username, and your email is your email. Whatever you put inside the git config global username and global user email. All right. So technically, it will tell you that whatever activity inside your local repo, he will sign through this username and user email. It is optional. You can just use the Git without this username and email, but it is recommended. It's just to tell you who are doing this clone, who are doing this commit, who are doing this pushing and stuff. All right. So once I get that, now I want to edit README. Okay, this is the README file. So for example, like I want to add this thing, maybe hello everyone, hello world, for example. Okay, so right now I have changed it. And then if you want to know the status about any changes in your current repository, I should put this one, I guess. One of the popular one is status. I'll also use it. Just this one is just to get the status. Okay, just to know what is your status. Okay. So I've added a new line there, and then I want to know the status of my repository. So it will tell you that changes, not stages for commit. So I have modified this README. Okay. So the other one is, I forgot to enter here, is diff. This one to know the changes of your files in Git. Okay, so right now, okay, I know my current local repository I have modified with me here because it is written here. And then by using the Git status. And then, of course, I want to know what things changes inside that readme.md. So I can use git diff, the name of the file. So we tell you that, okay, this is my readme file, and then this is the one that I've downloaded from my remote repository. And then as you can see down here, there's a plus green button, plus, and then it tell you that I've added a new space, new line here, and then I've added the phrase hello world here. So it just tell you that, okay, I know something happened, something modified in readme markdown here, and then I want to know what is happening inside this readme. So I can just use git diff to just show what that changes inside this readme. All right, so simple as that. So again, git status to know what changes, git diff, and then specific file, know what changes. Okay. Then after that, again, once I have the changes in my workspace, which is the readme.md, and I know what I've changed in the readme, I can stage it first. So to stage, I use git command. Normally, we will use dot just to tell you to add all, but I not recommend to use that because, yeah, you need to know what things that you change throughout your work, right? So just add whatever that have been modified. For example, like I have readme.md right now. So I want to add that readme.md specifically. Yes. But if you want to add all, just use dot. It will add any modified files in your Git, and it will start tracking that file, right? So again, go back to status. You'll see it is modified and it is colored red. And then if you add this file, mean I want to stage this file, go back to status. Will tell you that it is, consider different, right? Changes not staged for commit. So right now changes is already staged. So I already staged this file, and then it's already ready to be committed. Okay, so right now I've from this unstage, this one is the Git will not track this file. Tell you that Git not track this file. Once I use this add command, it will track this file specifically. Okay, once I've already tracked the file, of course I want to save it. Okay, to save it, commit. The popular one is you can use -m to tell you what is the commit message. Okay, so technically I want to tell that I have updated readme. Something like that. Okay, make sure you have like a double quote here after -m. Oops. And then updated readme.md, something like that. Okay, and then when you hit enter, it will tell you I have commit this with the message of updated readme, and it tell you that one file have changed and what activities that you have put inside these changes. Okay, so when you go to Git status, it will tell you everything is good. Okay, there's no changes, there's no unstaged file, there's no it's already, everything is already commit. So usually I use the term the repo is already clean. So it's already clean. So there's no unsafe file. So everything is already committed. Okay. And the other one is the one that usually will be used is lock. List all the commit, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so Git status again. So right now it tell you that I've commit everything and the repo is clean. So you want to know your log, can just tell you that this is the latest commit that I've done. This is the first commit that I've done. If you remember, the one that I did in GitHub, I create a README file using the editor, the GitHub editor. And now this is the one that I've just used. I commit using the updated readme.md, right? The next, go back again to Git status, tell you everything is clean. But if you notice here, your branch on the branch main, your branch is ahead of origin main by one commit. Okay, it means that my current branch, later on I will explain more about what is branch. So right now we are in a main branch. Okay, and then it tell you that okay, my main branch is ahead, is one step forward from my origin main by one commit. What is origin main? Origin main is technically a remote repository in my GitHub. Okay, it tell you that this is my origin main branch. Okay, my remote repository in remote, I mean my branch in remote repository, which is also called main. Okay, so it tell you that my local repo here has a branch called main, and then this branch is ahead, one step commit probably by one commit. Yeah, I tell you that how many commit is ahead. So one commit ahead from my local repository, from my remote repository. Okay, so as you can see here, I have one commit only in my remote repository. Then right now, if you go to log, I already have two commit. Okay, so that's what it means by your branch is ahead of origin main by one commit. Okay, so go to the next sentence here. Tell you that use git push to publish your local commits. So technically, next command, which is pushing, to upload your file to remote repository. So to use this, just type push. Okay, and then from this step, make sure you already use this GitHub out login. Okay, or else it will like you are not authenticated. You cannot push, something like that. Okay, it will not allow you to push to your remote repository. Make sure you are using this out login. Right. So after I'm doing this git push, it will tell you that blah 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 blah. Technically, it tell you that the local repository has been pushed to remote repository, something like that. Okay. So if you refresh your remote repository here, tell you that it's already two commit. You can click it. So right now I have already create readme, and then I have updated readme.md. Okay, and then I have yeah, it's already updated here. Hello world. Okay, so it's simple as that. So right now you have update both local and remote repository. And the last one is you want to pull the latest one, is to download the latest file from remote repository. Okay, let's us doing some changes. Do some changes. Okay, maybe I can say that my name is Asfar. Okay, like that. Okay, and then I commit the changes. And maybe I name it, yeah, update with me, should be fine. And just leave it as this. Okay, so the latest one is, I already have 3 commit. Okay. And then it's already, of course, it's already updated here because I changed it in the remote repository here in the GitHub. So I add 2 line here, which is a new line, and my name is Asfar. Okay, and as you can see, there's a 3 commit. So this is update readme.md, the latest commit. So, but if you go here, it tells you that everything is up to date, but technically no, it's not, because you can see this here is you already have 2 commit only, but in your remote repository already have 3 commit. So that is why you are using this git pull. So technically I can say it is to update your local repository with the remote repository one. Okay, because somehow this update can come from anyone that has access to this repository, right? For example, like, of course, I am myself has the right to do some changes in my repository, so I've changed it. In any case, maybe your friend want to change this update.readme, right? So they can update through this remote repository, and soon, of course, I want to have the latest one, so I use the git pull. So, and when it git pull, it will tell you that it will updating some stuff, and technically it pulling the remote repository. This is the latest one, the remote repository, and put it inside my local repository. So right now, if I'm using the git status here, do anything here, but if you go to git log, it will tell you that it is already updated with the latest commit as in the remote repository, right? So if I'm going to the readme.md, so I have this line, my name is Asfar. Okay, so right now I can do some work, blah, 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 right? So that is basic Git and GitHub until push. So I guess we have covered this clone. Okay, don't get confused with the clone. Clone is also bringing the remote repository, but clone is, I can say, is the first step. That's why I'm using the term bring, bringing your remote repository to local machine, something like that. But pull is to download the latest file from remote repository. So you are using clone for the first time only, right? If you want to clone your repository technically in your local machine, you don't have that remote repository yet. Okay, so you need to clone. But if you already have the that remote repository in your local machine, which is currently your local repository, if you want to have the latest update from the remote repository, you can use git pull. Okay. So just to review back what is the basic workflow. Technically, you already write the code. You have stage the changes using the add, git add. Then you have doing some saving file stuff. You commit the changes. So using the commit command. And then after that, you already push changes. And then the last one, what is create pull request? So pull request is technically one of the feature in GitHub where you need to, okay, someone want to push some changes into this repository, but somehow you need some approval before you're pushing it. So in GitHub, you will use pull request before you can put that changes in this repository. Okay? So technically it allow you to protect your repository, I guess, because sometimes, for example, like if I have one of my team and then my team want to like submit a code, submit his work to this main repository, and then I just want to make sure that that code is nothing harmful to make this my main repository harm. So I need my team to do the pull request, which is PR. And then from there, I will review the code. Is it the code is good or not? Is it suitable for the main repository? Then if everything is good, if everything is, there's something need to be changed, I will either make a comment and then reject it or maybe reject it. Or if everything is good, I will approve it, and that changes will update this repository. Okay, so this is one of the important step, I guess, in GitHub, specifically in collaborating. Just a step, a layer to protect your main team work. Okay, so usually to create a PR, you need to know how to use branch. I have mentioned you about branch. So Git, if you look at this one, Git status, it will tell you that you are on a branch name main. Okay, so in the Git, there's a branching. Okay, so it tell you that, okay, currently I am in the branch main. So your branch, which is the main branch, is up to date with the original. It just tell you that my current branch is already synchronized with my remote main branch. Okay, so and then tell you that nothing to commit, everything is clean. Okay, so in Git there's a branching. So what it means by branching? So in branching, I can commit a few commits. Okay, right now, as I mentioned, if you go to the Git status here, it is on the main branch. And then if you go to Git log, I've already 3 commits. Okay, so this happened only in my main branch. I have 3 commits happen here. Okay, so what is, you want to create a new feature, for example, like you want to add more tasks, more feature in your current work. So the safest way to do that, you can directly commit it to your main branch, but it is not recommended, and it is not why it's not why the Git and GitHub there. So technically, it is one of the way that if you want to make changes, if you're collaborating with your teams, then you need to create a specific branch for that specific task or specific feature. So for example, I want to add a new feature in my current branch, which is the main branch here. I need to create a new branch, which is, I can call it a feature branch, for example. So right now I create a commit, a new branch based on this commit tree. Okay, so a new branch based on commit tree. So any changes up to the commit tree will be bring to this new branch. And this new branch is the first commit. Okay, so after that, you can work in that branch specifically on this specific feature. So you can put some commit, how many commit you want, up to you. So and at the same time, you can have a new commit also in the main branch. It depends, because a lot of works, if you collaborating with others, a lot of work have been done in the commit. So technically you are focusing on this branch. So you have your own branch in this repository. So you can focus on this branch specifically on this task. Okay, you can commit a lot of commit inside here. And then after that, if you want to bring the changes to your main commit, if you want to bring this feature, the changes in the feature branch to the main branch, there's a term called merging, merge. Okay, so you literally merge this branch to the main branch. Okay, so these changes, all of this commit will be you will bring this commit to this main branch. Okay, I will show you after this. And because we have talked about PR, the PR happens somewhere here. Okay, somewhere here. Can you see my mouse here? Yes, maybe I can see. Okay, this is PR. PR will usually, I can say not usually, you will happen here. Okay, because you asking to these changes, a lot of changes here, 1, 2, 3, and can be thousands of changes. And you want to bring these changes into this main branch. So before doing that, you will need to have a pull request. So the pull request is, for example, like your you want to bring this feature branch to the main branch. Probably your leader, your project leader want to review these changes. So it needs to be go through with the PR. So throughout the PR, there will be a code review, whether it's approved or not. So if it is approved, then this commit will merge to this main branch. Okay, so this is what we call PR. Okay, that is why I mentioned about you are writing code, your stage, commit, push. This is common Git stuff. And then last one, you literally need to create a pull request, because most of the work not happen in the main branch. Most of the work happen in the feature branch. I mean, in the other branch, sorry. Okay. Same thing happened with this one. For example, like throughout your work, some of your friends, some of your friend already detect some bug. So from this commit number 4, it can your friend can create a new branch. Maybe I can call it as a bug branch. Just a few commits just to fix that bug. Then I merge that bug branch at the same time. So same thing happened here. There's also PR here. Oops, sorry. PR here. So okay. So every time has a new branch, you want to merge into the main branch, there will be a PR. So technically, the same concept, the same workflow. You write code, you test the changes, you commit the changes, you push the changes, then at the end, you need to create PR. So this workflow happen in a different branch most of the time. Okay. So basically, if you open a new branch, you will start a new code. Then you will stage that changes. You will commit that changes. You will push that changes. Before you merge to the main branch, you need to have a PR. Okay. So it's already 10. Should we? I guess maybe it's time for us to break 5 minutes. Okay, good. Okay, so we take 5, I guess, and after this, we will continue with how to use the branch. Okay, see you in 10. 10. Okay, so right now is 10. Sorry, it's 10:02 in my head. See you at the 10. Just, okay, see you at 10. 10.
Content. Kau lah. Tengok apa? Tengok. Seram kok. Sampai pun si salah luar. Kita
Semua dah ada?
belum.
Belum? Okey, kita tunggu yang lain. Boleh kita start sekarang? Tu ramai lagi. Boleh? Okay, so just to recap, so in Git, in your repository, you will have like a main branch. By default, you will have like a main branch. Okay, so you can commit a few commits. And then after that, if you want to have a new feature, for example, like a new task into your repository, for example, like your friends, your teams, one of your team want to add like a new feature or task, doing some work on your repository. So your friend will create a new branch. Okay, and then inside this new branch, whether it is any commit from any commit you want, for example, like in this illustration, it is taken from commit number 3. Okay, so your friend start with the feature branch here, a new branch, a new task, based on the commit number 3. And then you can continue your task throughout commit number 3 here in this feature branch. Okay, so commit the first commit, second commit, third commit, and then after that, consider it done. Then you need to like want to merge into the main branch. So you will go through with the PR, and then after that, it will merge if the PR is approved. Okay. And then after that, same thing happen if maybe your other friends or other friends in your team want detect some bug branch. So that friend can open a new bug branch. I can say it's bug branch, and then do some small fix. Then after that, go through with the PR, and then if everything is good, the PR is good, approved, then it can merge into the main branch. So technically, you can separate your tasks. I mean, you can separate your main branch from the from the current task of every one that are involved in this project. Okay. So let's see how we want to create a branch. Okay, to create a branch. Okay, before that, I will maybe create a new file, maybe. For example, like I have this README file and I want to create an index.html. Then maybe, let's just say I want to put this, remember the one that I have typed here, which is hello world. In the README, I don't want to put it in the README. I put in my web here. So maybe I can put it. My name is Asfar. Oops. Hey. So right now I already have index.html in my file, and then I just want to change this one. Yeah, I don't want this. Okay. So when I create a status, so it tell you that I have modified readme. Okay. I have modified readme, and then I have an untracked files. Okay. So I just want to add this untracked file. So again, I will use add. I can use add all, but it is not recommended. But I will show you, if you add all, everything will be added. So it will be added here, modified, everything. But I recommend you to like add one by one so that you know which file that you are changing. Okay. And then okay, right now you know that README file has been changed. If you want to know the difference of the README, oops, sorry, it's already changed, I guess. But never mind. You know what I'm changing, right? So technically, I have changed this. I delete the hello world down here. Then I just add it into this index.html and then become my web. Okay, so so right now, if I go to the, I already added, so it is already staged, and then of course I want to like commit, and then edit HTML index.html. That's it. Okay, just go to status again. And everything is good. Wait for push. Then when I log, I will have like already added this index. And then it wait me for push. If you go to the Git status, just push it. Okay. So right now, if I go to this my remote repository, so everything is updated. So there's no hello world whatsoever down here. And then I already have the index HTML. And then in GitHub, you can like go through the source code here. And yeah, index.html here. So this is what I've done in my local repository, and I've already pushed it into my remote repository. Okay, so simple as that. All right, so let's say I want to have so if we play this, so it will tell you that hello world, my name is Asfar, and then I want to put some my biography here, maybe like telling that short description about me, maybe. Okay. So I want to change that. So what I want to do is maybe for now it seems like a small change, but for example, I want to have that changes in a different branch. Okay, so let's create a new branch. To create a new branch, you can use checkout. Okay, and then dash B. This is to create a new branch. Okay, and then name your branch, which is maybe, I want to name it add description, I guess. Make sure this, whatever you put the name of the branch here, there's no white space. And maybe you can use, I usually use dash, hyphen, dash. You can use underscore or whatever, but make sure there's no white space. And then good tips and recommended, make sure it's descriptive. Okay, for example, like I'm describing my task right now, which is I want to add description. Maybe I can just add in index.html. Oh, no need. I can just, yeah. As long as it's descriptive enough, should be fine. Okay. So now I have switched to a new branch called add description. Okay. So if you want to check which branch are you, first you can check it as status, of course. So right now it tells you that on branch add description, nothing to commit, blah, 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 blah. And if you go to log, so it takes you from the latest branch of the main branch, which is the one that I added the index.html. So it's technically showing you this. For example, like commit number 3 is added the index.html. So if you create new branch during this commit, at this commit, it will bring that commit also to your new branch. So in my new branch here, I've already index.html, right? Okay. That's the other one that you want to check where are you right now. The other command is you can use git branch. So right now it's telling you that you are in add description branch, and this is the other branch, which is by default is the main branch, and then this is the one that you have just created. Okay. So to change to the main branch, you can use git checkout, and then just tell the name of the branch. For example, like git checkout. I want to go to the main branch, git checkout main branch. So when you go to git branch, so now I am in the main branch. And when you go to git status, now I am. It tell you that you are on the main branch main, right? And then if you want to go back, just like that. Okay. So go. Let's check again. You are in the add description branch or use the branch. Okay. So remember, check out to create new branch -b. To change branch, check out only. Okay. To create new branch -b, and then the name of the branch. To check out the name of the branch without the -b. I mean to change the branch, use the checkout command. Okay. So right now I already inside the add description branch. Okay, what I want to do right now, I want to add the description about me, for example. Okay, let's say I use this. Maybe I add a new. My name is Asfar. I am good at programming. Let's say this is just my only description. So save it. So when I go to git status, tell you that I have modified the index in the add description branch. Okay. And then Of course, I want to know what happened inside the Git. I mean, inside this modified file. So Git if index.html. So it tell you that I have added a new line here. And then I have put this new paragraph here. I'm good at programming. Something like that. Yeah. And then as usual, the same workflow, you need to add, for example, like add index. Sorry. Okay, git add index.html. So go back to the status, ready stages, that stage, and it will wait for you to commit. So again, git commit I can say that added a description in index.html. Maybe it is descriptive enough, I guess. Right. So when I go to status, everything is clean. And then when I go to log. So from the commit from the main branch here, in the current branch, I've already added this commit with the message of added description in the index.html. Okay, so as you can see here right now, I am in the add description branch, which is already add this this description. Okay, and then when I change to the main branch and I run the same thing, so the description is not there. So the main branch is not yet has that changes, but the this only happen inside this add description branch. So technically, I want to say that it is in a different branch. The work that you have done right now, it is in a different branch, but not happen in the main branch. Okay, it is considerably small changes here. But if you have a lot of changes, so that a lot of changes will not appear in your main branch yet. Okay, so before you want to make the changes appear in the main branch, available in the main branch, you need to merge it. All right. So technically, I can say I want to add this. I want to merge this add description into the main branch. Okay. So as I mentioned in this workflow, you will need to create PR before you merge this branch. Okay. Technically, in GitHub, yes, you can go to this Git checkout main, and you can just merge the name of the description. This is one of the command, which is merge add description. Okay, but I don't want to do that. Okay, I want to go through with the PR. So how to do that? So first of all, let's check our repository. And then let's check, is there a new branch or not? So to check a new list of branch, you can go to either, I think click here maybe. Yeah, I think click here and click all. So right now, why my add description branch is not there yet? But in my sorry. In my local repo, there is a add description branch already. Why is that? Because I just create a branch, but I'm not yet pushing the branch to the repo, to the remote repo. So technically, if you have a new branch, you need to publish that branch to the remote repo. You need to push it. Okay, so how to push it? Go to Git branch. How to push it? Check out. Git description and then git push. So I try to use git push here, but it say that okay, current branch add description has no upstream branch. To push the current branch and set the remote upstream, use blah 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 blah. So just use this push, and then as you can see here, dash dash set upstream. So technically, you need to set that add description in the upstream, okay, so that it will register that branch in the remote. Okay, but never mind. You can just either copy this thing or in a short way just use U. Okay, origin add description. Okay, add description. Okay, when I click push, and when I clear, so right now I'm still in the add description. Go back to the remote. So now add description already in the upstream. I mean, already in the remote repository. Okay, so I now have the main branch. Okay, which is when you go to the README. Sorry, it still doesn't have the description. But when I go to this add description, so when you go to the index.html, it's already have this description. Okay, and this changes only in this add description branch. Then if you go to this add description branch, okay, from the main branch, go to the add description branch or wherever page in your remote repository in GitHub, you can see that there is a yellow box here, which is add description had recent push 56 seconds ago. Compare and pull request. So this is where you want to create a pull request. Okay. So just click that pull request. So GitHub will automatically set which branch that you want to merge. So this one, which is the base, which is main, and then what branch that you want to merge into the main. So it is already set up by GitHub. Okay, so it tell you that, yeah, it's able to merge. And then probably I'll just use this title for a pull request. Okay, and then maybe if I want to have a description here, up to you. If you want to have a description, just put it there just to explain what kind of task that you have done. But right now, it is a small changes just to add description. I don't have any description to describe. So technically, title description should be enough. But recommended for you to describe the task so that the reviewer know what happened. Okay, but right now doesn't you don't have to be a reviewer or some sort of. You just need to like describe what is the task, because the task right now is quite simple, so I can just put it in the title, edit description, blah 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 blah. But later on, if usually the task will have a lot of commits, and then based on the specification, so you need to like literally describe what is the task they have done. So the title is technically the main task, the task that you have created. And then of course, there's a subtask that you have created. And then whatever you have done in this PR, then you need to describe it here. This is just a matter of easier for the reviewer to know what kind of things that need to be reviewed. Okay. So from here, you can see you can assign who is the reviewer, and you can assign yourself because this is PR created by your own, and then some labels, project, blah blah blah, and so on. But leave it there. Later on, we will touch this thing. Okay, and then after that, the main thing is you need to add title, and then I recommend you to describe whatever you do in this PR. Okay, so after you done that, just create pull request. Okay, so now I have a pull request. So if you can see here from your repository, remote repository, there's a pull request here. Okay, so you can click pull request here, and then it will list down all the pull requests. So right now I already have one pull request. I refer it as PR, okay? PR. So I have one PR here, and then I click it here, and then I can see that this is my PR. All right. So down here, it tells you that if the PR require approval specific reviewer before merging. So technically, it is recommended to have a reviewer first, so that the reviewer to have this being reviewed for the reviewer before, so that the reviewer can either approve or reject these changes. Okay, but right now we don't have any reviewer, so yeah, I can like just proceed with it. And then there's a term called continuous integration also, but this one you can ignore it. And the last one is to tell you that, okay, this branch, there's no conflict with the base branch. So technically there's no conflict. And later on, I will explain a bit more about conflict after this. Okay, and then technically you can merge the pull request. Okay, so the other thing that I want to tell you, if you have the reviewer, later on I will show you if you have the reviewer. All right, if you have the reviewer, you cannot merge this thing first. Okay, it's either the reviewer need to approve it first, or you need to do some changes. There's an amendment need to change, or maybe the reviewer just reject this PR. So if either there's need to be change in this PR or reject, you cannot merge into the main branch. Okay, but right now there's no reviewer, everything is good. I can just merge pull request. So when you click the merge pull request, it will tell you what the description of the commit. Okay, up here is the description of the commit. So it tell you that I merged the pull request number 1, which is the ID of this pull request from school not at description. So I do some descriptive stuff here, which is one of the commit here, and just describe whatever happened. You can just leave it blank, or just leave it blank. It should be fine. Okay, but the main important thing is the name of up here. This is the message of the commit. Okay, so yeah, this is the most important thing. This one is up to you. You want to describe. Sometimes you'll just take the titles or probably some of the commits in the PR. So put it here. But I recommend you to just probably describe. Not recommend. I can say just leave it blank. It's also okay. But the most important thing is the description of the PR. You need to describe it. Okay. This one, yeah, just leave it there. But the most important thing is this one. Okay, and then of course it is you, and then confirm merge. So now my PR is already merged. And then once the PR is already merged, technically this branch is not, I mean, you can just delete this branch because it's already done, it's already merged, right? So you can just click delete the branch. And then, yeah. Now the branch is not there. Okay. And then when I when I go to this branch, click all branches. As I showed to you, the branch is already deleted. Now it's only have one main branch. And then when you go to the remote, and then you can go to the commit. So it's technically, this is the latest commit from the main branch that I've done. I added the index HTML. Right now, the commit from the add description branch is already inside the main branch. So it is merged. Okay. And then technically it tells you that the changes is already in the main branch. Okay. And then as mentioned earlier, the one that title, the one I mentioned is important, is the one that you want to click before the merge. This is will be your commit. So that's why I telling you that this is important. This kind of description is important. But usually merging PR, you just use whatever GitHub generate. Okay, usually. But if you need to be descriptive, okay, this commit, you need to tell you that this commit is this, and it is important, something like that, and you need to change it because it is reflect in the list of the commits. Okay. So right now, it's telling you that all the commit is there. You can check it out. Go to the index. Right now, it's already have this description. Okay. So again, of course, whatever I have in this local machine is not yet updated. And I just want to check out to main. Okay, and then if I want to update this thing, we can use git pull. Okay, right now, I already updated here. If you can see log, I have this two commits. Then when I check git, it's already there in my main branch. Okay, simple as that. But if you notice that, why there's still a branch, my branch here. Okay, but if you go to, you already git pull and everything, but you go here, there's no other branch, right? There's no other branch. This, I can say, a ghost branch. Okay, the remote is already deleted, already removed, but in the local, it's not automatically removed. So you need to like remove it. Or for me, I recommend you to remove it because sometimes I don't like a ghost branch there. A ghost branch is, I can say it's a ghost branch is a branch that not there in the remote already. Something like that. It's already become ghost. Okay. Like ghost. So you can just delete it by using this, if I'm not mistaken. Description. Yeah. So you can use git branch -d add description, the name of the branch. Okay. So when I go here, so it's only main branch. So everything's good. Okay. So again, the same concept, the same workflow. Write your code, stage changes, commit, push, and create pull request. Okay, so I've shown you, you have write the code, you have used the add command, git command to stage the changes. You have save whatever you have done in the changes using the git commit command, and then you have push to the remote repository using push command, and then I've shown you how to create pull request in a PR. All right. So technically, that is basic workflow, I can say, in this GitHub stuff. Right? You write code, you stage, you commit, push, and PR. And then after that, merge. All right? So next is I want to show you how to resolve some some conflict. Okay, as I show it to you in using creating the PR, there's mention about there's sentences, few sentences, I guess, telling you that it is able to merge, it's good to go, blah blah blah, and so on. So technically, during the merging, it's not that smooth. In the real situation, it's not that smooth. Sometimes there's a merge conflict. Sometimes there's a conflict during the workflow of your I can say throughout your development, because as showing you this throughout the progression of the commits here, okay, there's a lot of going on. This is just a small example where you have two branches where there's a bug branch and feature branch. In the real situation, there's a lot of branch. Okay, sometimes that branch conflict with the main branch. Okay, so when there's a conflict, you literally cannot merge. Okay, you can't merge at all. You need to resolve that conflict first. Okay, so I want to show you one of these case. Hopefully we can show you some example of the conflict. Yeah, for example, like I will create a new branch called conflict example maybe. Okay, so I will change we'll change the index HTML. Okay, I want to add this thing maybe. Specifically in HTML. Something like that. Or maybe this in HTML. So I want to edit that. Okay, so when I go here, ls, no, status. I've changed the index and then get div. Nice. Okay, so I have changed this line. I added in HTML, something like that. So that I know that's the different. Then, of course, everything good. I'm aware of it. I add index HTML and git status just to check it out. And I will commit. Change description. index. Okay, now I have this log. Okay, I have changed the description in index. So I've known where I've changed it. So to demo the conflict, let's go to Git checkout main. Then right now, there's nothing here and everything is good up to the merge pull request here. Okay, what I want to do is I change in the same line here, maybe in C++. Okay, so when I go back here, let this change and Git diff, I just want to know what is changes inside the existing. The same changes, the same line, but in I write this in C++. For example, okay. So I've changed the same line, the exact same line in this main branch, and at the same time I've changed the exact same line, the exact same file in the new branch. So I show you how to use merge first. So git merge, I want to merge this branch, which is, what's the name of the branch? Conflict example. So git merge. So this merge command telling you that I want to merge this conflict branch inside main branch, into main branch. Okay. So when I click this one, oh, sorry. I've not yet. Yeah, I've not yet track stage first. Git add. Then I've staged it and git commit. I just use the same thing, same commit. So yeah, again, get merge, name of the branch. Then when I try to merge this thing, it will tell you that auto merging index HTML. Oh, you got a conflict, merge conflict in index HTML, automatic merge fail, fix conflict, and then commit the result. Okay, so there's a conflict. Okay, so I just want you to show you how to fix this through command line, maybe. Okay, once there's a conflict, it will tell you what is the conflict. Okay, so it'll tell you right now, this is the current conflict. Okay, this is in the current branch, which is I am good in programming in C++. And then edit conflict with this line, I am good at programming in HTML. So it is there be conflict because you are changing in the same file in the same exact line also. Okay. So how you want to resolve this? So technically you need to choose either up here or either down here. So it separates you from by using this thing, this right arrow thing, a left arrow thing. Okay, and then it's in divided here using this equal thing. Okay, and then you know that this is from head, which is the current branch right now, and then this is from conflict example. Okay, so right now I need to resolve it by doing this. So you just identify from this line, from this arrow, whether it's left or right. Okay, I want to take this line maybe in C++. I mean, in this one. So you can just choose this, okay, then delete the other one. Something like that. If you want to choose the other one, you can choose this and delete this one. Something like that. Okay. But for now, I want to choose this line is within this head area here. Okay, in this head area, sorry, head area. Okay, so I just delete this and then I just delete that one. So that's what I want to do. Okay, and then I save it, save the file, then I try to merge conflict. But this one, don't merge it here. I'm not recommending you to merge it here. Okay, I recommend you to go through the PR, the one that I showed previously. All right. So when I click merge, so merging is possible because you unmerge file. Oh, sorry. Of course, there's a changes. Git station, git add, index, git commit, and resolve conflict in index HTML. Oops. And then now I have resolve it here. Now what I want to do right now, I just need to merge the conflict example. So now I can merge it. But I do not recommend you to to use this command. Better you go through with the PR. The PR later also will show you that there's a conflict in the PR. Let me show you straight away. Yeah. Okay. Right now I just want to show everything first. And then it branch. I just want to delete it. Branch is conflict example. Branch. So right now already main. So I want to check the conflict example with PR maybe. Okay, so in this thing, and then maybe I change this thing and see, for example, a git add all git commit change description in sending HTML again. And then now if I go to this one, already changed another description here. Okay, go back to main, for example. Then I change this thing, maybe I change and C# maybe. For example, then git add all git commit change description, same thing. Yeah. So here I already have the same exact commit here. Right, and then right now I go back to what's the name of the branch? Sorry. Git checkout conflict example with PR, something like that. Okay, and then I want to push this branch. Origin conflict example with PR. Okay, so now I have this branch here, and then when you go back to here, tell you that pull request. Pull request, why it's able to merge? Oh, sorry, I forgot to like. This one's already updated. It take out main. I forgot to push this thing. Push the main branch update. So let's double check it. So I already have the latest, sorry. In the main branch here, I already have this change description, the latest one after resolving. It's just resolving just now. And then I've do some the changes in the main HTML, index HTML in the main branch. Then when you go here, you can see that I already add C# at the end of the sentence. Okay, and then when I go to conflict, the example branch conflict with PR. So and C only. Okay, the same exact sentences, the same file, which is index HTML. So I'm in the branch a conflict example with PR. When I click PR, will tell you that can't automatically merge. Okay, so can't automatically merge. You cannot. I mean, you can create a pull request, but usually if the reviewer said notice this, oh, this is can't automatically merge, it will just straight away reject the PR. You better fix the merge first. I mean, you better fix the conflict. I don't know. It depends. It depends. Sometimes during the PR, you need to identify the conflict first, and then how you want to merge. Maybe during the PR, you will discuss together how to merge this thing and stuff. Because sometimes you miss whatever you changes. It is related with the main branch or other branch, something like that. It's quite tedious. And then you need to identify which files that you need to like bring into the latest merge, something like that. So the way you want to resolve this thing, just the same thing. You go to like, you identify this, for example, like by doing by doing the one that we just did right now. I mean, yeah. Sorry. Deposit here. Git merge conflict example with PR. They tell you that there's a conflict. So it tell you that conflict in the index HTML. So maybe you can go to index HTML. So just whichever you want. Yeah. Yeah. So that's how you resolve the conflict. Either with the direct merge through this git command using the git merge, or if you want to see the conflict in PR, yeah, I've shown to you here. Just tell you that it can't automatically merge. Okay, so usually, sorry, I just told you that usually it's been rejected. No, it's not automatically rejected. Usually, the reviewer or your team will discuss how to resolve this thing. That's it, during PR. Okay, of course you can create the PR here, and then maybe there's a discussion on how to like resolve the conflict, something like that. Okay, during this PR. Okay, but as I mentioned right now, like early before, I recommend you to go through with the PR. Don't use this Git merge. Okay. So just use this basic workflow. Remember this basic workflow. You have tasks. You have tasks given to you. You start to write code. You stage change. Of course, before you write code, you create a new branch, and then you write code, and then you you stage the changes, and then you commit the changes, and then you push, and don't merge directly straight away. Go to the GitHub first, and yeah, create a pull request. Okay. So again, basic workflow, just to review. After you know how to use the branch, so you create a new branch, right? And then you write code, and then you stage the changes using add command, and then you commit the changes using commit command, and then you push these changes using the push command plus this command. Git push dash set upstream to its origin, and then the name of the branch. So you literally use this push command. And then after that, you go to the GitHub. It will tell you that there's the yellow box, you remember? And then click pull request, and then you will create that pull request. And then after that, wait for the reviewer or someone to just approve the code, and then merge. Okay, so that's a real basic workflow if you use Git and GitHub. Okay, you create a new branch, write code, stage, commit, push, and PR. And then later on, it will merge to the main branch. Task done. All right? Okay. I think that's it for this morning session. Collaboration using GitHub branch. So technically, it's part of the collaboration using GitHub branch. So where you have multiple people working on the same main branch, but you're creating a different branch. So you have this branch and this branch, this branch. Before you merge, you need to have PR, and then someone will review it, and everything is okay. Then you will merge into the main branch. All right. So maybe I can show you in terms of collaborating stuff a bit. The same concept, basic workflow. So right now I have one of my colleague GitHub, which is here for 0825. Yes, you can see it clearly. Okay, and then she can see my repository right now. And then she even can see what is the branch that I have right now. As you can see the remote. And then when she look at this branch, and then said that, okay, you want to change this probably she want just to change that I am only good at C++ maybe. So what she will do is technically you can edit any non-binary file here in GitHub. So by using the edit in place here. You need to fork. I don't want to fork. Yeah, I need to fork. Probably I need to like add her first, maybe. Let me see. This one I just This one is the one that you just create. This is the conflict example with PR. So I'll just close this pull request first. So sometimes the pull request is rejected, or sometimes it cannot be resolved. You can just close the pull request, and then the branch will not be committed. Okay, so what you can do, probably usually the branch that I reject, I will either ask the owner of the branch to further amend it. Usually, if it is reject, I just ask them to just delete the branch. So because it's not useful anymore. I don't want that kind of work, something like that. That's if reject the branch. If you have a command and need to do some changes, a bit fix here and there, probably I'll just maintain the branch, and then at the same time let the owner of the branch do the updates through the same PR. Okay, so right now I just delete the branch, so it's not yet anymore. So here, just to like put everything good. Sorry, Git clear. Clear. Git branch. Just delete the branch first. Okay, now I already delete the branch. Okay, so Git status, everything is clean. No, everything's not clean. What happened here? Oh, sorry. This one I just need to use the Git reset. No, I just better use this one. HTML. Undo everything. Okay. Status. Oops. Sorry. Git add first, then git commit. Should be done. Okay, so right now I have the same updated Git branch with this one. There's no branch. Yes, there's no branch. Then maybe if you want to make sure everything is similar, so just pull. That's it. Okay. So I think it's covered how you want to like. Oh, collaboration. Sorry, let's think. but this one is need to fork. I guess I need the other to become here. Anyway, let's fork this repository. Okay, fork is technically the term where you can create your own repository in your GitHub, something like that. Okay, that's how you start collaborating. One of the way is by forking other repository, but it is quite out of the scope. The other one is, I think probably I will show you in the next session. Okay, maybe this one is yeah, never mind. Just leave it there. Hopefully it's not become her repository. Yeah, it's already become her repository. It's fork. So the idea of fork is you want to bring that remote repository inside the other user repository remotely. Okay, so right now this fella can clone to her local repository and then do some changes. But I think I'll show you during this next session here on how you want to create a teams so that you can doing the work in agile way. Okay. So probably it will cover a bit about collaboration in this line here, collaboration inside this agile way, because technically I can say agile method here. Yeah, it's you literally need a collaboration, and throughout the collaboration, you are using this agile method to work efficiently, right? So I guess maybe we can end now for the first session. Is it okay? So maybe it's supposed scheduled to, where is it? 12:30.
Never mind.
Yeah. For the meantime, maybe ada 10 minit. Kalau ada nak tanya soalan, boleh. Boleh. I think the main important thing is this basic workflow from writing code, stage, commit changes, push changes, and create pull requests. So it can be applied into whoever that in charge into that project. Okay. So literally this workflow: write code, state changes, commit changes, push changes, and PR. Okay, if there are any question up until this workflow, I mean, of course, it covered the branching and stuff and so on. So it's just the same thing, but after all, you create the branch. If you only work on the main branch, you also go through this. If you work on the other branch, you will also go through this basic workflow. So any question on that? Because this is most important thing in Git and at the same time in GitHub.
Baik. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera semua. Tanpa membuang masa lagi, saya jemput Dr. Asfar untuk menyambung kembali lecture dia. Dan saya serahkan kepada Dr. Asfar untuk kita punya perjalanan majlis seterusnya. Baik, dipersilakan Doktor.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum dan selamat petang. Seperti yang dalam dijadualkan, saya share screen. So petang ni kita akan start dengan Agile in GitHub is one of the practical way that you can use through using GitHub in terms of managing the project. So one of the method that quite popular nowadays is called Agile methodology. So a bit introduction about briefly introduction about Agile, I guess. Not really in detail, just a simple concept of Agile. And then I will introduce you what is a GitHub issue and then what is GitHub project. And at the same time, I will demonstrate how you want to like collaborate using GitHub in agile way. And after that, we will have like some kind of a mini project that you can bring after the crash course itself. So that you can practice how to apply Git and GitHub. And at the same time, probably maybe you can apply together with the Agile methodology. Okay, so what we have covered so far is the basic workflow of using Git and GitHub. So technically, you start to write code, and after that, you stage the changes. Then you commit the changes, and then push the changes. So throughout the workflow, you will use several commands, which is git add, git commit, git push, and also other basic commands that you can use. And then I've introduced you a bit about Git branching, so that you can create a new branch, merge to the main branch, and at the same time, when you want to going through with the merging, you need to go through the PR so that we can protect straight away the main branch with this new branch. So some other concept of where you have more branch to be merged into main branch, and at the same time I already covered how to handle the conflict of merging. Yeah, it's kind of things that you guys really need to know to handle the conflict, but at the same time maybe jarang-jarang juga lah jumpa the conflict. But usually if the project is bigger and more branches involved, so you guys need to at least know how to resolve it. Okay, and then I've included a few slides here, which is basic Git branching related commands, which is the one that we have used previously, which is Git branch, Git branch -d, which is to delete the branch, checkout B, if I'm not mistaken. So checkout B to create branch. It and change to new branch. So this is a few basic Git branching related commands, and then push you where you want to push the branch to the remote repository, which is a push upstream to origin. And then lastly is merge. As I mentioned earlier, it is not recommended for you to like merge straight away in the Git project. You need to go through with the PR, follow through with this kind of workflow. At the end of the changes push, you need to have a PR so that you can control the merging later. Okay. So and then the one that I did not cover is basic Git undoing related commands. This one somehow it is necessary to know this, because sometimes you need to go for undoing stuff. But usually I recommend you, before you do some adding and commit, make sure everything is good. Okay, because After that, there's a review phase so that you can like go through back whatever what you have done. Okay, so this is some necessary comment if you want to do some undoing, but for me it is quite me myself tak selalu guna this Git Git undoing. So I just put it here so that you can maybe figure it out how to use it. Technically, if you use this reset, it will go reset from if you already staged the code, then you can just undo the staging, and then you can undo the staging to the commit relative current commit if you use this command, and then you can also go to the specific commit, and then you can completely discard all the changes to the specified commit, or maybe you can just clean it up, remove all the untracked file, any new file that you have created. So try to figure it out how to use this one, but I can show you probably you guys maybe jarang juga guna benda ni because yeah, we will usually go through with this kind of workflow. After you commit push change, after that maybe you realize that you have a mistake. Probably you just create a new commit and then make further change after that, something like that. Usually, in our case in our organization, we usually do that. Anything that need to fix is everything either during after PR or during PR, right? So sometimes you need to use this, but most of the time, this is probably just me, and also with my colleague in my organization. Sometimes that we are using this undoing stuff. Okay. And then so let's start with Agile in GitHub. So first, I will introduce you briefly about Agile. So Agile is this one I quoted in the internet. It is a project management, one of the methodology in a system in the software development. The approach is you involve in breaking the project into phases, and the most important thing is it is emphasized continuous collaboration and improvement. So it will involve several stakeholders, and then it will have several iteration, and then it will you will continuously collaborate with your team. You will continuously collaborate with your stakeholder. For example, and now probably your stakeholder is your lecturer, or if you have your customer, your client, then that is your stakeholder that you need to take care of. So there will be a continuous collaboration so that you always keep in touch with whichever people that you're working with. So that is why Agile is quite popular as compared to the other software method. It's technically based on the I guess you guys are quite familiar with this method called waterfall method. So similar to waterfall method, you start with this box, and then go to the next box, and 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 then done. So, but I can say it's some kind of improvement from the waterfall model. At the same time, you ensure the collaboration with the teams and the stakeholder. Okay, so usually in Agile, you will have like a similar concept of waterfall, but it is can be divided into several sprint, one of the term in Agile. So usually one sprint, it takes somewhere around, it depends on the organization, it depends on the team itself. So usually it takes somewhere around 2 weeks to 4 weeks, which is 1 month. So one sprint, you do the whole things here. You start planning, you start design, you start developing, you start testing and deploy. And then after that, you will review and then get some information from this review, and then you launch, straight away launch. And at the same time, from this review, you will bring this review to the plan for the sprint too. So you will have like a sprint meeting at the early stage here. And then after that, you gather some requirement, and then continuously go through the design, development, test, deploy, review, launch. And then this green color here indicate that you have the next version. And then after that, you review to that next version, and then continue with the next sprint, and so on and so forth. So it is iteratively, continuously, and then the project also itself will be break down into several focus tasks that serve whatever the requirement needs from the stakeholder itself. So during at the end of the sprint, you will meet the stakeholder and ask them doing some review, some meeting stuff with the stakeholder just to get some feedback. And then after that, you reiterate, use that information, and do some the same thing in the next sprint, right? So there's a lot of frameworks, I guess, in the Agile, but the one that quite popular is called Scrum. So imagine this is one of the sprint, okay? One of the sprint. So usually during the planning, you will have like a sprint meeting. Okay, this sprint meeting at the start of the sprint, I guess this sprint meeting is some part of planning. And then at that time, you will get the user requirement. And then in the Agile, we call it a user story. So I can say it's technically a story that the user tell to the project leader. And then this is what they are commenting about the requirement of the project itself. So technically, I can say this is a feedback, probably a bug or a feature request, something like that. So it will put all this requirement inside this so-called product backlog. And then once you have the product backlog, you will go through with the sprint meeting and then identify each of the story, what is the story point and everything, which is the priority of the story itself. And then from the sprint meeting, you will identify the task that you need to do. So technically, I can say from the user story, you identify what task you want to do to put into the to-do list. So inside this to-do list, we call it as a sprint backlog. Okay, so this sprint backlog, you will monitor from to-do, and then you will list all the tasks inside this to-do list. And then you will decide whichever task that you want to do. So for example, like I've decided to develop this task first. So I put it in progress. And then after that, it will go on. Once you're done, you will go through with the task, internal review. And then after that, if everything is not good, so it will stuck here. For example, like if it is not approved, it will stuck here. So further improvements should be done here. And then once everything is approved, when everything is done, you will like can take this box to done. Okay, and then this kind of process, we can monitor it through daily Scrum, if I'm not mistaken. Daily Scrum. I can say it's a daily meeting with your teams just to get updates. So maybe the project leader will ask, okay, any updates with the tasks, anything that we need to help, something like that. So just to understand which task has been done, and at the same time, which task has need to be reviewed, and also maybe identify which task that's literally done. So you will have like a daily scrum throughout the sprint. So yeah, in a short way, I can say it's just a daily meeting, just to understand what kind of, just to understand the progress of the sprint itself, right? And then after that, we'll move forward when everything, all the task is done and everything is done, okay, throughout the daily scrum. And I can assume if everything is done, probably you have going through maybe 2 week sprint or up to 1 month sprint. Everything is done. Then this whole task will have a new product version. Okay, and then during that new product version, this is where you meet the stakeholder, and then we can say this is a Scrum review where this one you Scrum with your team. Okay, you know Scrum, right? Like if you playing rugby, it's like something like people bertembung, it's something like that. So this one you scrum with your own team. So technically you're meeting with your own team just to understand the progress of the project. And once you have this product version at the end of the sprint, you need to like bertembung dengan the stakeholder, probably your client, your product. Maybe in your case, maybe your lecturer, something like that, so that you will present to your stakeholder that, okay, this is product version X. We have done this based on the user requirement, the user stories and everything. So we done that. And then after that, you will let them give the feedback. And then once they have the feedback, this product backlog will fill it back again. So you will have a new user story, new requirement, and then you will start the next sprint. You start again the next sprint meeting, identify from the user story to convert it to put the task in the sprint backlog, and then go to the progress, test, done, do some scrum meeting in the next sprint. And then once everything done, you will have the next iteration of the version, and then you meeting lagi dengan the stakeholder. And then that kind of activities, you will like doing it iteratively. So technically, maybe within 2 weeks to 4 weeks, you always get the feedback from the stakeholder, and at the same time, it is a continuously collaboration between the project, you as the project developer, project developer, with the stakeholder, so that you understand what's the requirement of the project itself, based on the planned sprint. All right. So technically, I can say this is a basic Scrum. So you start with the product backlog. From there, you have this so-called this board where you start with the to-do list, which is sometimes it's called sprint backlog. And then after that, move to in progress, test, done. And then after that, you will iterate. Once you have the new version, you iterate back and get the product backlog again, and so on and so forth. So it happened iteratively. So you will have like multiple version of your software, and at the same time, it met the needs of your stakeholder. Okay. So from here, how we want to apply this agile way, a simple agile way in GitHub. Okay, so one of the feature in GitHub is, one of the tools in GitHub, tools in GitHub is GitHub has tools called issue. So GitHub issue. So it is technically an items that you can create in your repository to plan, to discuss, or probably to track the progress of your work. Okay. it is sometimes it can be confused with the word itself because it issue. So usually it's related with the bug and something like that. No, that one is different. So GitHub issue is technically a term that used in GitHub where you can use it as a plan to to make a discussion in the issue or to track what step that need to be done in the issue, something like that. Okay, it is not the issue. It is like the term that used in the GitHub, right? So in the GitHub issue, you can set a milestone, which is important point where you've done some sprint. And then at the same time, labels so that you will understand what kind of issue is this. So as you can see here, there's a lot of labels has been done. So you will have like a story, and then you have like a task, and then maybe you can name, you can define a lot of labels in the issue. So you can define milestone and labels. This is quite important point here. And then how a GitHub issue can be done in the Agile. So for us, we usually use it as a user story. So user will key in will create a GitHub issue as a story. And then after that, in the internal team itself, we will create GitHub issue as a task, right? And then next, one of the interesting feature that quite new in GitHub called GitHub projek. So it is an adaptable collection of items that ensure a stay up to date with GitHub data. So technically, GitHub data is included with its issue, or probably focusing for me, it is focusing more on the issue itself and the pull request. Okay, because we want to track both issue and PR. That's what us in the organization use this GitHub project, just to track the issue, just to track the PR, right? And then how this GitHub project can be applied to use agile method. So probably I can say we can create a Scrum board in the GitHub project through GitHub project. Scrum board is the one that I just showed to you. This kind of box where you start with the backlog and you start with the to-do, in progress, task and done, something like that. This is I call it we call it a Scrum board, or maybe sprint board, or any name you want. You can call it just board. Okay. So in Agile, you need to have this kind of board. I call it Scrum board. And then, because we are using Scrum. All right. And then I will demonstrate how to use this, and it is part of an important thing in project management, Agile project management, and it involves a lot of collaboration. Okay, before I continue with the demonstration, we'll have a mini project, a simple project that you can apply your knowledge through this crash course. So what is about the project? So you guys need to have a team profile website, I guess. And then from this moment, okay, you need to form a group of 5, or whichever number you want, but I just stated 5, group of 5. And then use what we have right now, which is this one. Oops, sorry. Okay, use whatever we have right now, which is the index.html readme.md. So right now, what we have is technically index.html. This one, I can say this one is my own profile. So what I want you guys to do is you change this. Probably what we will do after this, we change this thing to a team profile, and then we separate the tasks to each of the collaborators. Okay, so I will demonstrate it to you, and then I want you guys to make this as a mini project. So this one, I just mentioned that use what we have right now, but create a team profile that link to each of team's member profile. Okay, so this one, you don't need to do presentation or submit or anything else. It's just to have a practical way where you can apply this workflow that I've taught you just now. Okay. All right, so let's get started. Okay, we have currently we have this repository, remote repository, which is I already cloned into my local machine. Okay, and this is my remote repository. And then right now I have my colleague personal GitHub, which she's not used it. She rarely use it, and then so I just pinjam dari dia, and then I want to demonstrate that I can include it into the teams itself. This is one of my teams, and then put it into my one of collaborators for my remote repository, and then at the same time involve it into the GitHub project. All right, so how to do that? So you go to I go to my GitHub remote repo here, and then probably you can go to setting. Then as you can see here, there's a general setting, and then there's a collaborators. Okay, this is where you can assign your team members. So right now, my role probably is the leader of the team. So if you have formed this group of 5 or any numbers in your team, so maybe assign one of the project leader, I can call it project leader maybe, just to lead the team and to own that remote repository. Okay, so right now I become the leader of the project, this remote repository. So I'm as the owner of this remote repository, I can invite collaborators. So to invite collaborators, somehow I need to like use to authenticate. So right now I will use this to authenticate. Sorry, I need to find my phone right now. Okay, so I will try to sign in first. Okay, so it's just to authenticate your ownership of the repository. So probably it's different than how you want to authenticate. So the way I authenticate, I'm using the two-factor authentication. So right now, the GitHub has identified me as the owner. So now I can add the collaborators. To add the collaborators, just add people, and then the name of this user, which is okay. Now you can find the username by writing the username here, and then you can invite the collaborator, and then you add this collaborator to your repository. So by adding the collaborators, technically this user need to accept. So I guess there will be an invitation, I guess. Not really sure where's the invitation. Should receive any invitation. Oh, here, I guess. Okay, so there's an invitation here. And then the user that you have invited, you need to just accept the invitation. Okay, simple as that. So once you accept the invitation, and then now it will straight away direct you to my remote repository. So now I can access this remote repository. You can open this remote repository to your local machine and clone it to your local machine. Okay, but this one right now, my local machine is 100% owned by me, so I probably can't demo it to you because it needs to be the other user. I mean, this user need to have their own local machine so that it can clone this project, right? So, but the way I want to demo is I can technically use GitHub to like probably add some file here and there. So yeah. So right now, I can see that if I go back to my setting here, this is one of my collaborators. So there's no pending already. So because it is already accepting my invitation. All right. So right now, Farah can change stuff, has access to work together with me. Okay, this user. Okay, the one that I want to do right now is I need to change this thing. Oh, before that, I will introduce you the GitHub project. Okay, GitHub project is somewhere here. You can look into this one. It's a project. Okay, you can create a new project. Okay, we'll show you the templates of the project, but because the one I mentioned is I want to create this kind of board, which is a Scrum board. So here I can just choose, start it from scratch and choose board. And then I can name the project name called probably Git and GitHub short course. Let's give the same name as my remote repo. So now by default, let me show where I can put this. Okay, by default, it will show you 3 cards here, which is a to-do card, in progress card, and done card. All right. So from here, before that, I need to change this thing first. The name of it called board. And then at the same time, because I need my colleague to join this project also, so you need to go to the setting. Then you need to go to the manage. And then you can like create, find this user, which is this one. And then you can invite. Okay, so right now, I guess it already there. And then let's go to this. Okay, when you go to, oops. Okay, when you refresh this, it's automatically added into the project. Okay, so right now you can access this. This user can access the project itself. So it will show you the same thing as as it is. All right, everyone can see it? Tak kecil sangat eh? Is it okay? Okay, so I guess should be okay. 120. So what I want to do right now is I'll create one column called call a backlog maybe. Put it right. Maybe I tell this is where maybe I just tell them this is user story. User stories are here. And then usually this backlog, I will bring it somewhere here before to do. Okay. And then for this to do, this is sprint backlog. I can say that this is the list of the tasks later on. And then this is the progress. And then this is a done. So maybe I need to create a new column here. Call maybe a task, maybe. And then put it pink color. So this testing is tests are here. Okay, usually test before it done. Of course, before you done, you need to test it. So you need to review, internal review. Okay, so right now you have the backlog to do in progress and test. Just double check whether this user can see it or not. So it automatically update. So start with backlog to do in progress test. All right. So in agile way, you need to gather the information. So the information is technically the requirement from this, right? So technically right now, I want to create a team profile that link to each team member's profile. So what you are going to do? So probably the first thing is I want to have to update current index HTML to team profile. Okay, and then after that, probably to add profile for me is Asfar, and then to add profile for Farah. Okay, so this one I can say this one is the requirement that needed to be done. So you can put this requirement into story. Okay, let's say the story is you need to create a team profile that link to each of team members. So that's the main story. So right now I already create a task, actually a specific task. Okay, so from here, I can utilize the GitHub issue. Okay, can utilize the GitHub issue here. And then I can create a new issue. So before I create a new issue, I need to understand which sprint are we right now. Okay, so sprint is technically can be measured through date. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, usually sprint it takes somewhere around 2 weeks to 4 weeks. So right now, maybe for example, I can say this is maybe you make it as 1 week. Okay, so just click the milestone before you create the new issue. Just click the milestone first, and then you create a milestone, and then name it as maybe sprint 1 maybe. And then due of the sprint 1 is probably next week. So I just set this thing as 13 Friday. And then description, this is sprint 1, but I recommend you to like describe it as it is. Okay. And then after that, you can create the milestone. So now you have your first milestone and then set up to be due on next week. So right now this sprint can be 1 week. I make it 1 week. As a project leader, I make this sprint as 1 week. All right, and then at the same time, go back to the issue. And the other one that I want you to add is the label. So there's a predefined level here, which is bug, documentation, duplicate, enhancement, blah, 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 and so on. Okay, so right now I want to add a new label called probably user story. And then you can add a description. Recommend you to add the description. So just put any color you want, as long as it's uniquely, easily to identify this is a user story, and then you can create the label. So right now you have the user story. Maybe I can just add this thing. This is the requirement. Okay, and then the other one is probably the task, and this is the task. That you need to do. And then change any color you want. So there's a task and user story. All right. So that's our current label that you want to add. Okay, right now we have the label, which is the user story and the task. And then we have the milestone, which is to identify we are in the sprint 1 due next week. Okay, so to create new issue, you can just click new issue and then create a new title here. Okay, so the title here technically, I can say this is one of the user requirement. So I just tell you that you need to create a team profile that link to each team member's profile. Okay, so I can put it here. So there's a way to write this, but I just make it simple. So maybe you can just like to create a team profile that link to each team member's profile. Then maybe you have further description. Need to update current index team ML, which currently personal profile for change it to team profile which link to other team member profile, for example. Okay, and then you can use this tool up here. You can put a header, you can put maybe a list, something like that. If you have like a specific, you need to do this, you need to do that, and so on. So it's make sure it is clearly descriptive so that your team member during the development can understand what it is about. Okay, so I submit this new issue before that, I can assign this issue to whom. For now, I assign this thing to the team leader, which is myself. Okay. So next, I can label this thing as, where is it? Use the story. Right? And then after that, I can link this thing to my project. And then I can put the milestone to this sprint number 1. Okay. And then I submit this new issue. Okay. And then once you have done this issue, you either can add this detail before or after you create this new issue. But usually I do it after create new issue because yeah, I like to do that. So you have done assign the user that input. Usually that the one that responsible for this user story is the project leader, and then which is me, myself, and then I label it as a user story, and then I assign this to the project, and then as it is a user story, I will put it as in a backlog. Okay. And then I already put it in the sprint 1. And then, yeah, I should not put it in the sprint 1, sorry. I think I should not put in the sprint 1. Yeah, you should, I guess. You should. Probably no. Okay, because I'm not really sure why. It depends actually. But right now I will not put it in this milestone. Okay, because I want to track the task, not the user story. All right. You can track it, but right now I will not track it as a sprint 1. All right. So now I have this issue, which you can track it here. So now I can say inside this GitHub Crash Course repository, I have this one issue, which is the user story. I need to create a team profile that link to each team member's profile. Okay, and then when you click it, you can read it out. I need to update current index, blah, 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 blah. And then already assigned to a project leader. And then label it as a user story. And then the project is under the GitHub short course 2024, which is the project they have created. And then we put it inside a backlog. And then I've not put it into any milestone. Okay. So every update that you have done here will be recorded here. Yeah, and then you amongst the team can discuss it. The same thing happened with where is it? Oops, maybe I need to go to the repository. Just use this thing first. I copy this remote repository to this user. Okay, and then from here, as this user, this user also can see this thing. Okay, and the user can read it. Every change have been done here, all who is assigned, label, and stuff. And this is a user story. Okay, and then the one that I want to show you right now is, it is also reflected in this board. So right now, one issue have been put inside this backlog. Okay, right now I have one user story. When you click it, you can know the details also. So it is a user story. And then from here, I need to call this user, which is Farah. Okay, which is this one. I need to call her to perform a sprint meeting. Is it sprint meeting? Yeah, sprint meeting to plan for the task. Okay, and usually this user story, there's a multiple user story. Okay, you need to have like multiple tasks here, and then this multiple tasks you need to assign its story point. That's the in a real case, and this story point you need to like assign which is the priority one, which is less priority, something like that. But right now it's only the only thing that we can get from the stakeholders. So I think this is the most priority one because this is the only one. All right. So right now I will perform a meeting with Farah. And then I decided that, okay, from this user story, we will need to create a few tasks, which is the one that I've just write here. Okay, maybe I can tell Farah to like, okay, what we want to do is, first is to update current index HTML to team profile. Okay, so as you can see here, if you want to add this card, you can click add item, and then it will create this card. The next is, you can say that, okay, because it is not a personal profile anymore, it is team profile, so I need to create a specific profile for the team members. So to add profile for Asfar. And of course, to add profile for Farah, something like that. Right? So this is based on this story. Okay, right now I have this specific task. Then this is draft, so it's not yet become GitHub issue. So how to make it become GitHub issue? You can create the first card here, convert it to issue. Okay, so when you click convert to issue, it will ask you which repo you want to put. Right now, I want to put in my repo, which is Git GitHub Crash Course 2024 here. Okay, and then it will put that issue inside our issue. Okay, so it'll create to you automatically. Okay, and then after that, I want to clearly state that this is related with. Maybe you can just write refer to hashtag to create a team profile, which is number 3, hashtag number 3. And then when you click save, now you can like hover it. And technically, I want to say that to update current index HTML to team profile is referring to this to story. Okay, now I have this task. Then I want to assign this task to anyone that I want. For now, I just assign to myself again. And then I want to tell that this is a task. Okay, so this task, you need to refer it to this user story. Okay, and then it's automatically assigned to Git and GitHub shortcuts project. And then it already assigned to to-do list. And then this task that I want to add as a sprint. Okay, so technically, I'll tell the owner of this issue, which is me myself. This is a task. It is inside the sprint backlog, which is a to-do list, and then it is involved in a sprint one, and then which is due on next week, 13 September. Okay, so simple as that. And then let's move forward to this one, which is to add profile for Asfar. So technically, I can say this one refer to hashtag, yeah, team profile, refer to the story. This one optional, but usually our practice, usually we do this just to refer, okay, which stories that we are referring to, something like that. Okay, and then of course, this is profile for me, so I assign myself. And then I assign this as task, and then it's already in the project inside the to-do list, and then I assign this in the milestone here, right? And then this is to add profile for Farah. So I probably don't want to do it myself. So I will ask Farah to do it. So just, oh, sorry. So just change this thing to one of the collaborators, which is Farah. And now it is assigned to Farah. Then label it as a task. And then it's already inside the project. And then milestone sprint number 1. Right? So as you can see here, after the sprint meeting, you have clarified which task and siapa yang buat this task. Who's the owner of the task. Right? So it's clearly can be seen here. Okay, this is the task. It is mine. Okay. Then at the same time, this is the task. Oh, this is mine also. And then probably Farah will go to the project board. And then it will show you, okay, this is task for me. Or maybe you can just like type your own name. It will filter it, which is your task. Okay. So technically, it's clearly seen that from this user story, the requirement, and then we have done the sprint meeting, and then we have identified that, okay, this is to update the current index HTML, to add profile for Asfar, to add profile for Farah. So we have done the task based on the sprint meeting, and this need to be finalized. So your sprint meeting need to be really, you need to like discuss on your own team what tasks within that sprint. Okay. So this, for now, we have concluded that, okay, from this sprint meeting, this is the task for this sprint 1. Okay. The rule of the each sprint, you cannot add more tasks. Okay, you need to finalize, for example, like if that sprint meeting, during that sprint meeting, you need to finalize the task. Okay, because we don't want to like kacau the developers during the things in progress, suddenly add more to-do list. We don't want that. Okay, we need to like identify which is the priority. So that's why previously I've told you about a story point. We need to identify which is the priority first, then what kind of tasks need to be done with this priority. All right. So now I have the task. I can see also my Farah's also can see the task, which is this one. So let's move with the first task. Okay. So to move to the first task, I can drag this card. Okay, which is this card. This is my task. Don't move other tasks. Okay, this is Farah task. Don't move Farah task. Somehow it's allow you to move it, but just don't. Okay. So it will confuse your team members. So this is my task. Okay. And then I will move this task to in progress. So right now, because you can see to-do list is already 2 tasks. So it's reduced. Okay. And then once it in its progress, so it will, you can open it up and then you can read it back again. Oops, sorry. Suppose it's not Farah yang move it. Suppose it's me yang move it because it is mine. So you go to my repo. Okay, refresh it back. Okay, I move this. Okay, please move it yourself. Don't move your friend task. Okay. So right now, I've seen this task, and then I've moved the task, and then it's you can read it back. This is mine, and the label task, and this is in progress, and then this is sprint and due to September 13th. And then if you can see down here, this is the development part. This is where you can create a branch for this specific task. Okay, when you click this branch, you can give the name of the branch, either for to blah, 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 any name you want. Okay, and then make sure it is inside the repository destination, which is the remote repository, and then make sure it is referring to the branch source, which is main. All right, and then just choose checkout locally. So now we have this branch, specifically branch for this task. So now I can start doing the job, doing the task, do the task. Okay, so go back to your terminal. Then as you can see, this is the current file that I have in my terminal. So when you go to this Git status, probably there's nothing changed. And then what you want to do is just Git pull. Remember what is Git pull? To update the remote repository to the local. Okay, right now, go Git status back and clear, and then just check the branch. Branch. I think there's one thing that I need to put here. Sorry, I delete this branch first. There's one thing I forgot to mention to you. Repository. Let's delete the branch first. And then refresh it. So there's no branch. Okay, go back to this thing, then do exactly the same thing as this one. Forgot to tell you about this. Okay, when you create the branch, the same name of the file, then you create the branch. Oops, what happened? Maybe I need to like change the name maybe. Create the branch. Okay, so this is the one that you going to write inside the command. Okay, so the easiest way is you can just copy and then paste it here. Paste it anyway. So we'll fetch the origin first, and then we'll check out to the for to update current index, blah, 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 test. So right now, if you go to the, oops. So right now, when you go to Git branch, we'll have the latest branch that we create, which is this to update current index to team profile test, and then with the main. And then at the same time, because the GitHub already tell you what to do, which is through this one, just copy this thing and go to your terminal or console and just paste it down here. Okay, so right now I am inside this branch. Okay, so it's been here, and then when I go to the status here, I on the branch, I am on the branch for blah 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 and so on. Right now I can start with this one. So from here I can read back the description. As I mentioned earlier, it's recommended to for you to write a description descriptively what to do. But right now I know what to do. So just to update the current index to team profile. So what I mean is the current index HTML is only for me. So probably I just create hello world. This is team secret. Okay, and then the first one is probably I'll put ordered list OL. Okay, the first one probably I'll put my own link, I guess. Rough. Make sure it hashtag first. And then something like that. And then maybe I can name it as Tommy. Let's leave it as far. And at the same time, I will have like Farah. So I prepared it for her so that doesn't need to change this index HTML. Okay, and then again, git status. So I've changed it, git diff of index HTML. So show you that I've already changed. Instead of become my personal profile, it become my team profile. So this is team secret, some description about team secret, and then the list of the members. Or maybe I need to change a bit. Just tell them that PH3 members. Okay, so again, I want to see the different. So already add this thing here, the new one. Then at the same time, I want to add the index HTML. And then I want to commit. Updated index HTML to a team profile. Okay, so right now I have this commit. You can check it in the log here. This is the latest commit. All right, where is the latest commit? This one. Okay, this is the latest commit. And then I want to make sure it is available in the remote, so I can just git push. All right, so when I go to my own repo, because this is my own task, I can check my own repo here, which is this one. And then when I go to this branch, and then I can check, this is the latest one, updated index to team profile, and I can see here, this is the latest one. All right. Then what I want to do right now, as usual, I will create a PR. Of course, this is for me. I don't need a reviewer because I own the project. Then at the same time, I want to assign it to myself. This one is just copy exactly as the issue, right? And then I probably don't want to put it to any project, so just put it in the sprint one. Or maybe I will put in the project. And then create the pull request, or and then because this is you recommended way, you can put this thing and then relate it to your issue, which is to create team profile. This one, I guess. So use the keyword closest. You can see the any keyword. You can use this closest or fixes or implemented, something like that. And then refer to the issue of this PR. Okay, so right now everything is good. So make sure it is in test. Okay, because PR usually can be referred as a test where you want to test this thing, because at that time there will be a code review stuff happen during PR. So because it is me myself doing that, I can just like merge it up. So this one is the one that I mentioned to you earlier. You need to have a specific name because it is listed in the commit. But right now I just leave it there. And then this is description, recommended for you to like a very descriptively describe what is about this commit, or maybe just leave it there. Okay, and then I delete the branch. Right now it's already inside the main. Go back inside the main. So it's already updated as a team profile. Okay. Oops. I forgot to show you this thing. Okay, previously this PR should be here. Okay, but right now, if the PR is done merge, it will automatically put inside this done. Okay, so after this, I will show you next task, which is this one. Red profile as far, and this is me again. Just do it quickly. So I need to like add profile. So first, I want to have a branch first. Add profile for us for check out locally. This is the name of the branch, okay? Click the branch, just copy it out and clear space, fetch everything. And then right now I am inside the branch, and then right now I can proceed with this task to add profile for Asfar. So what I want to do is I want to add a new file called asfar.html maybe. So inside this one, maybe I can create #1 name. So some description about me. I am good at C++, for example. Okay. Then after that, of course, I want to change this thing, because previously my team leader, which is I mean the previous commit have done this hashtag, so of course I want to refer this as html. Yeah. So right now, if you pull the Git status, so it tells you that I have a file that has been modified, and I have an untracked file because I create a new file just now. All right, and then I can just straight away see the different index.html. So I've changed this thing. I just add to this a tag to refer to asfar.html. And then at the same time, I go div asfar.html. Nothing happened because it is still untracked. I need to stage it first. All right, so next I will add index. I will add asfar.html. Clear right now. If you go to the status, both files are become green. So everything is staged. And right now I just want to commit. I already added profile for Asfar and updated index HTML. Okay, now I have commit, and then I will push. Okay. So when we go to this one, go back to this one. Oh, sorry. Maybe just make it as a separate tab so that you can easily see it. Okay, when you go to this one, where's my code? Okay, so check, just double check. So I already have asfar.html, I already have index.html, and then when you go to the index.html, it's already updated. When you go to asfar.html, it's already there, right? So, and then now I confident I can make a pull request, and because it is me doing that, so there's no review, sign myself, and then I label it as a task again. Then just leave it there. Just project, sorry. And then put it posted. Just do it as the same as, yeah, same as issue. And then at the same time, if I successfully merge this thing, I want to automatically close this issue number 5 to add profile for us for. Okay, so now seems everything is good, and the PR is on by me myself. At the same time, I don't need to have some approval, so just merge it and delete branch. So if you can see the latest one, there's no branch, and this is the updated one. Okay, so that is me updating my own project. Next, I will show you when Farah need to update this project. Okay, for example, like right now, I want to just prepare for Farah, I guess. We go to probably I want to add a new file here. So I'm using a Farah account right now. So I will not use any terminal. I just add a new file through GitHub. So I create new file. Then probably the name of the file is farah.html. And then again, the same thing, h1 Farah. This is just an example. This one need to be done by Farah at their local machine and through the terminal or through their code editor or something like that. I am good at gardening. So commit change, edit Farah.html. Oops, sorry, I forgot the step that I just taught you. Okay, the step that I just taught you is just create. This is Farah GitHub account, and then because this is Farah task, then you can just drag into the progress. Okay, and then you can create this thing, and then create a branch from this issue. And then this is the name of the branch. And I create the branch, I ignore this. And I go back to the branch served through GitHub. Okay, this is just an example through GitHub. And then inside this branch, I'll add new file. Again, Farah.html. And then h1 Farah E1. I am good at gardening. All right, and I commit this change. I edit Farah.html. And then I commit directly into this branch, which is the branch that I've just created, which is Farah created. Okay, right now it is inside inside this branch. As you can see, Farah has add Farah HTML, which is this one. Okay, and at the same time, Farah want to edit this HTML. Or maybe later on, I'll show you after that. Okay, and then at that time, Farah decided that she want to create a new PR. So it tell you that you are going to the main, and then you need to create a new pull request. from the main branch here. So this is from Farah, okay? So when it's from Farah, probably Farah need to have a reviewer from the project leader or any code reviewer in your teams. Usually it's project leader. Okay, so Farah can add me to review it. And then it is Farah pull request and label as a task. So project is GitHub and milestone is sprint 1. And then maybe if everything is good, I can just close hashtag R6 and create a pull request. Okay, and then make sure this pull request inside the test. Okay, so right now if you go to the board, this is Farah board. As you can see right now, the to-do is empty and then it is still in progress. Okay, the issue is still in progress and you'll notice that there's a pull request in this test column. Okay, and currently it's waiting for me to approve. Okay, when you go back to my GitHub and I go here, I can see that I have this test for HTML. And at the same time, I have been notified that Farah requests my review. Okay, tell you that I need to review this thing. So I can click it here and it will go straight away to that PR. Okay, and then this is review requested. So I can add my review here. Okay, this is just for the project leader. So for example, like if I can see what's changed inside this file. The first one is only you can see it's only have one commit, and at the same time you can see the changes of the file. Okay, so I can see there's changes in the file here, which is good, but the one that I want to know is I can't see Farah change anything to the index.html. Right, so when I check inside my Farah branch, Farah HTML is there, but the index.html still hashtag there. So I don't want to approve that PR. Probably I'll go to the pull request here, then add some review, and then probably I change this tick as request change. I can do either just a comment, approve, or maybe I can just request change, or maybe I can just reject it. Okay, so right now I can add please add ref for Farah.html in index. This is one of my comment. Okay, and then when I submit review, so as you can see here, it's updated. This is from my perspective. I've done some review and then tell you that school not requested changes. And then this is my comment. Please add ref at Farah HTML. And then at the Farah side, we'll go back to it, her PR. And then she can see that, oh, okay. My reviewer said, please add ref for Farah HTML in HTML. Okay, so I can go back inside my same branch because this PR is related to the branch. Okay, this PR is related to this branch. Okay, yeah, to this branch, 6 to add profile, and it is related to this issue. So I can just straight away change whatever that has been requested, which is to add, to add index, change index, and then okay, and then Farah.html, so that you can run it up. Right, and then git status, and just want to okay, there's the changes, and then git add index.html, git commit updated index.html, and then git push. Okay, Farah already updated. Oh, sorry. This is me doing the updated one. I should use Farah account to update this. But let's say Farah done that. Okay, as you can see right now, it tells you that, oops, I think I did a few mistakes here. Farah should do it. Where did I add profile? Sorry. This one is, just ignore this. Sorry, I did a mistake. Suppose Farah that doing this, because this is the changes need to be done by Farah. All right. So you as Farah here, I'll go back to the this branch, and then I open this index.html, and I just edit this file. This is just an example. In the real situation, Farah will pull the update, and then will write in her code editor, and then add, commit, and push, and so on. Okay, so Farah did this. Farah.html. Then she will commit change and update the index.html. Okay, so right now, Farah already update this file, and then she can go back to the pull request. As you can see right now, Farah has after the review changes requested here, you can see a new commit here. So it means that Farah has done something. Okay, and then probably Farah can notify me, hey, I've done this, and blah 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 blah, and so on. Okay, so go back to my GitHub. When I refresh this thing, I've noticed that there's a change in the last view, which is this one, which is the update index.html. So when I go back and look into the index.html, wait, where is... So I can see that Farah already do what I want, okay, which is instead of using the hashtag, I change to the Farah.html, okay, and then I'm okay with it. I can like just approve. If you have any comment, then just leave it good. So submit review. Now change approve. There's no red blah 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 and so on. So this is at my GitHub. So I already approve it. And when go back to Farah, Farah can see that, oops, this is Farah. This is Farah. Farah can see that change already approved. So now Farah can merge the pull request. Okay, so everything is good. I can maybe just good. Thumbs up, and then merge pull request, and then confirm merge, and then delete the branch. Okay, so everyone can see if you go to the main branch here. So I have asfar.html, I have farah.html, and then index also already have been updated in the main branch. And then if you go to the board, everything here will automatically mark done. Okay, so right now, throughout this sprint, my to-do list is done, my in progress is done, my test is done. Now I can close this thing. Okay, so this is in the Farah board. So as a project leader, I can also see here in my project. Okay, so now everything is done. There's no to-do list, there's no in progress, there's no test, review, pending. So everything is done. I can tell them that this is closed. So everything is done here. Close the issue. Yeah, close the issue. So now there's no backlog, there's no to do, there's no in progress, there's no test. Everything is done. And this one is updated already inside the main branch. And this main branch, I can just go back here. Okay, this one just ignore about it first. Check out main. Okay, git status. Sorry, git pull, because I want to update everything. Okay, and then git status. Everything should be okay. And then when I list down, I have Farah, I have index, I have Farah.html, I have asfar.html. And then when I look into the index.html, it's already updated. And then this is where I bring this project to the stakeholder. So I showed to the stakeholder, for example, like, okay, hi stakeholder, I want to show our latest update stuff after sprint 1. And then when I play this thing, I have this. Okay, this is weird. I guess OLLI. Okay, there's few things need to be fixed because I wrongly use OL tag. Okay, technically, what I want you guys to do is to create a team profile, and then when I click Asfar, you can go to the Asfar. When I click Farah, I can go to Farah. Right? So let's say I'm the stakeholder, say that why this website lists the team members like that. Okay, and I am the project leader. Oh, yeah, we will fix that. Okay, and then let's say it's already the end of the sprint 1. So I can just, okay, team, can create a new issue. Stakeholder have done some feedback. To fix list for team member. And then this is assigned to me because I'm the team leader. And then it is a user story because it is a comment from the stakeholder. And then the project, probably this one. And then sprint, probably I'll need to add a new milestone. This one, just let's say that there's a new milestone. I mean, the new sprint. After I'm going to the stakeholder, and then stakeholder mentioned that this is weird. And then I've identified that that's the stakeholder story is to fix the member, to fix the list for the team members. sprint 2, and probably in the next week again, and then no description. So there's a sprint 2 and sprint 1. I already can close it. Just put it closed, right? And then this issue, I can add into the sprint 2. Is there already? No. New issue. User story. Milestone sprinter. Okay, now probably I not assign this one. Sorry, I will assign the task only. Okay, and put some description here and then submit an issue. Okay, and it is because it is a user story, it's supposed to be here in the backlog. Okay, let's say right now it's already in the sprint 2 in the next week. So the team can see, okay, we have a user story here and the only user story here. Then I want I meeting with Farah and create a new task here, which is to fix the OL, like in index HTML. After meeting, we decided that we need to fix this OL tag in index HTML based on this story. So I create the issue. Then I just want to refer to hashtag fix team list. Then I, as the team leader, I want to assign Farah. Oops, sorry. Farah. Oops. Farah. And then I label this thing as task because it is already a task from user story. And then I put this task inside the sprint 2, which is the new sprint. Okay. And then after that, after the meeting, we decided that's the only task. You go back to Farah GitHub. So Farah also can see the same thing. And then we already conclude the sprint meeting, which we has only one task and assigned to Farah. So what Farah do is just go to the progress and then create a new branch. And then once we have the new branch here, ignore this because Farah will use the GitHub to edit everything. Now, Farah will go to this branch. Okay. In the real case, Farah will pull this thing to her local machine and then do some editing stuff. Okay. So what she will do is go to the index.html and then probably edit this file. And then the one that wrong is, I guess, to use this li. Oops. What happened there? Okay, there's a auto stuff. There's another one here. And then commit change, fix OL tag in index.html. And then commit change. Then after that, you Farah can go back to this one. Just go back to the main branch and then create a pull request. Fix the OL tag in the HTML. Just use that name, and then it will close. Fix list of thing. It will close this one. 11. Okay, and then I create a pull request. And after that, I will assign, Farah will assign school note as a reviewer, which is me. And then it is herself. and then label as task. And label as project. And then because it is a PR, just put it inside the test. And then milestone and sprint 2. That's it. So right now, me as the reviewer will get the notification. And then the board also will be updated. It's already in the progress. I've known that there's a pull request inside the test. Go to my notification. Then seems that Farah request for a review. I can open the PR. And then I look at the PR. There's OL tag index. She's already fixed it. And then probably I'll add the review. Look at whatever change here. So everything is good. Approve. Nice. Submit review. Then everything is good. Change approve. We can merge. So go back to Farah. And then when Farah refresh this PR, you can see that, oh, school not approve this change now. Now she can merge. And delete the branch. All right. So from my perspective here, I can go back to main and then just double check index.html, blah, 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 and so on. Everything's good. And then let's say this is already at the end of the sprint 2. I can just, first, of course, I want to get the update. So I use git pull. Status, just check. And then just make sure that index is good. So there's already li here. And then I go to my stakeholder. Okay, hi stakeholder. This is the latest one after sprint 2. So the list is okay. So it seems like this team profile is good already. So when you click as far, everything's good. As far everything's good. And so on. Again, maybe the stakeholders say that, oh, why don't you add a photo of these team members? So that will be the next requirement. And later on, you as the project owner will create a new issue and so on and so forth. So that kind of process will be repeated iteratively. And at the same time, based on that iteration, you will specify or you will get the requirement from your stakeholders. So basically, a lot of collaboration involved, a lot of implementation and specific tasks involved. So it can be monitored throughout the GitHub by using the GitHub issue and GitHub project. Okay. I need to close this thing first. Close. All right, so that's how you use GitHub in agile way. And at the same time, you can monitor all the stuff in the project here. And at the same time, I already show you how your team members collaborate with yourself, which is Farah here. I mean, with your project repo, remote repo, which is Farah here. And both of you can see everything is updated in real time. So yeah, everything is updated in real time. So everything is done. Okay, so technically, that is what you are guys going to do, which is try to use Git and GitHub and use I mean the one that index.html, the personal website that I just create, I developed before this, and then try to create a team profile, and then each of the team profile being done by your collaborators. I mean your members of the team, and then so that each of the team member will describe their description itself in their own branch, and later on will be merged into the main branch. All right. So I guess that's probably a good practice for you to understand how to use Git and GitHub, and at the same time apply agile method through GitHub. So I've shown you how to set up this Scrum board, and then how to track all the user requirement, all the user stories through GitHub issue. And then at the same time, track the milestone, track the sprint due based on the milestone. Yeah, and yeah, technically you can apply it into any kind of software development project. Specifically, if you are in a final year project, I guess, or any kind of group project that you can use. Okay, I guess I hope you practice by using this this mini project, and then I can say we can conclude the session, afternoon session, by today. So thank you for coming, and again, my name is Asfar, Managing Director from Modo Interactive Neighborhood. You can contact me through. Okay, somehow there's email that you can contact me. Okay, so thank you for attending the session. And then if you have any question, I guess this is the time.
Alright, sekiranya pelajar-pelajar sekalian tidak ada soalan, saya ingin merakamkan terima kasih kepada doktor kerana sudi meluangkan masa bersama-sama dengan kita untuk sesi sepanjang hari untuk program GitHub ini. Sebelum kita mengakhiri kita punya kursus, saya nak pelajar-pelajar scan QR yang akan saya tunjukkan sebentar lagi. Okey, boleh nampak QR di hadapan? Okay, saya nak semua pelajar-pelajar scan, jangan ambil screenshot, scan kehadiran anda dan sila rekodkan segala maklumat yang diperlukan. Rakan-rakan yang tidak ada di dalam ini, nanti kita akan minta mereka buat kerja amal yang bersesuaian. Okay, so
sorry, satu soalan. Saya plan nak share the slide. So where should I put it? I can give. Saya boleh bagi kat letak kat mana?
Mungkin doktor boleh pass person itu saya dan saya akan pass pada mereka.
Boleh. So all the content tu semua dalam tu lah. Okay.
Okay. So terima kasih semua. Slide-slide yang akan doktor sharekan nanti saya akan sharekan dengan lecturer anda lah. Okay, kita tamat pada petang ini. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, terima kasih semua.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Good morning and good afternoon.